Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 a.m, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening, With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day. A faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled the windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. the fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room from Craigslist that has no photos. $350 a month. In this economy, in this city, that number doesn't imply a bargain. It implies a crime scene. I knew that. I wasn't naive. But when you're 3 months behind on student loans and your freelance graphic design gig has dried up into a desert of unanswered emails, you stop looking for red flags and start looking for a roof. The listing on Craigslist had no photos, just text, room for let, large historic home, East 4th Street, quiet, cash only. I met the landlord, Mr. Giles, on a Tuesday evening. It was raining, that heavy, cold November rain that smells like rusted metal and wet asphalt. The house was a looming Victorian thing, painted a peeling, sickly yellow that looked like bruised skin under the streetlights. It sat on a corner lot, overgrown with ivy that had choked the life out of the porch railings. Giles was a small man, nervous, smelling of mothballs and peppermint schnapps. He didn't look me in the eye. He handed me the keys after counting my cash with shaking fingers. "You're the only one here right now," he mumbled, looking at the dark windows of the second floor. "Other tenant left quickly. Keeps to himself mostly anyway. It's quiet. You'll like the quiet." I didn't ask why the other tenant left. I just wanted the key. My room was on the first floor at the back of the hallway, past the grand staircase that groaned even when you just looked at it. The room was big, I'll give it that. High ceilings, crown molding that was thick with decades of painted-over dust, and a single, large window that looked out onto a backyard that was essentially a mud pit filled with brambles. I moved in that night. I had 2 suitcases, a sleeping bag, a laptop, and a box of ramen. I set up my office on a card table I found in the closet. The closet was weirdly deep, smelling of cedar and something sweeter, like rotting apples. I closed the door and pushed the table against the opposite wall. The first 3 nights were fine. It was just the adjustment period. Old houses make noise. They settle. Wood contracts in the cold. Pipes hammer when the heat kicks on. I told myself this every time the floorboards above my head creaked. Just the house settling. But the settling had a rhythm. It started on the 4th night. I was working late, trying to salvage a logo design for a client who hated everything I did. It was 2 a.m. The silence in the house was heavy, the kind of silence that feels like pressure in your ears. Thump. It came from directly above me, a soft, dull impact, like a bag of wet sand dropped on the floor. I froze, my hand hovering over the mouse. I waited. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Something was being dragged. It was slow, agonizingly slow. It sounded like fabric moving over rough wood. It moved from the center of the room above to the corner. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately. "Is someone up there?" Silence. I assumed it was the other tenant Giles had mentioned, though I hadn't seen a single sign of life. No mail in the hallway, no boots by the door, no lights in the upstairs windows when I came home. I put my headphones on, turned up the white noise playlist, and went to sleep. The next day, I went upstairs. I told myself I just wanted to introduce myself, to ask them to keep it down at night. The staircase was freezing. The air got colder with every step. At the top of the landing, there were 3 doors. 2 were open, revealing empty bedrooms with bare mattresses and dust motes dancing in the gray afternoon light. The 3rd door, directly above my room, was closed. I knocked. The wood felt damp, sticky. "Hello? Neighbor?" No answer. I knocked harder. The door rattled in its frame. It was locked. Not just locked, but jammed. I tried the handle and it didn't give a millimeter. I put my ear to the wood. I heard breathing. It wasn't normal breathing. It was wet, rattling. A slow, labored intake of air followed by a gurgling exhale. It sounded like someone with pneumonia or someone drowning very, very slowly. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, my voice trembling. The breathing stopped instantly. I backed away. "Okay, sorry to bother you." I retreated to my room and locked the door. I called Giles. It went straight to voicemail. I texted him, "Hey, I think the guy upstairs is sick. He sounds bad." Giles never replied. A week passed. The noises changed. The thumping stopped, replaced by pacing, relentless pacing. It would start at midnight and go until 4 in the morning. Creak, step, creak, step. It was a heavy, limping gait. One foot would land solid, the other would drag. I stopped sleeping. I started drinking too much coffee. My work suffered. I found myself staring at the ceiling, tracing the water stains that looked like maps of countries that didn't exist. One particularly bad stain was right above my bed. It was dark brown, almost black in the center. I noticed it was getting bigger. On a Tuesday, exactly 2 weeks after moving in, the smell started. It wasn't a garbage smell, it was meaty. It smelled like raw copper and spoiled pork. It permeated everything, my clothes, my sheets, my hair. I bought air fresheners, candles, incense. Nothing touched it. It was coming from the ceiling. I went to the hardware store and bought a step ladder. I needed to see if a pipe had burst or if an animal had died in the crawl space between the floors. I set the ladder up under the dark stain. I poked it with the handle of a broom. The plaster was soft, spongy, drip. A single drop of dark, viscous fluid landed on my cheek. I wiped it off, panicked, scrubbing my face with my shirt. It was red, not bright red, but dark, maroon blood, old blood. I scrambled down the ladder and ran to the bathroom to wash my face. I scrubbed until my skin was raw. When I came back out, I looked up at the ceiling. The stain was pulsing. I swear to God it was expanding and contracting like a slow heartbeat. I should have left then. I should have packed my bags and slept under a bridge. But I was broke. I had $40 to my name until the next invoice cleared. I had nowhere to go. Logic is a dangerous thing when you're desperate. I rationalized it. It's a dead raccoon, I told myself. Fluids leak. Gravity pulls them down. It's disgusting, but it's physics, not ghosts. I taped a garbage bag over the ceiling stain to catch the drips and moved my bed to the other side of the room. That night, the house woke me up. It wasn't a sound. It was a change in pressure. My ears popped. I sat up, heart hammering against my ribs. The room was pitch black. The street lamp outside had burned out. I heard a sound from the corner of the room, the closet, the door, which I always kept latched shut because of the smell, was clicking. The latch was lifting. Click. The door creaked open about an inch. I held my breath. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to use the flashlight, but my hand knocked it off. It hit the floor with a loud clatter. From the closet, a voice whispered. It was my voice. "Who's there?" the closet whispered. It was a perfect recording of me asking that question the first night. The same inflection, the same tremor. I couldn't breathe. My throat seized up. "Is someone up there?" the closet voice asked, my voice again. Then a low, wet giggle, a sound I had never made. I lunged for the lamp switch. The bulb flashed once and blew out with a pop. Darkness again. "Giles," the voice said, but it wasn't my voice anymore. It was the landlord's. "Tenant left quickly." I scrambled out of bed, tangled in the sheets, and fell hard onto the floor. I crawled toward the hallway door. The closet door slammed open. It hit the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. I didn't look back. I got the hallway door open and sprinted. I didn't grab my laptop. I didn't grab my shoes. I ran out in my boxers and t-shirt, barefoot onto the cold, splintery floor of the hallway. I made it to the front door, locked. I fumbled with the deadbolt. My fingers were slippery with sweat. From the top of the stairs behind me, the breathing started. That wet pneumonia rattle, it was loud. Whatever was making it wasn't behind the door anymore. It was on the landing. I got the bolt violently thrown back and ripped the door open. I burst out onto the porch, gasped by cold night air. I ran down East 4th Street until my feet were bleeding and my lungs burned. I ran until I saw the fluorescent lights of a 24-hour gas station. I collapsed inside, crying, shaking so hard the attendant called the police. I told them someone had broken in. I didn't tell them about the voice. I didn't tell them about the blood. They wouldn't believe me. The police went to the house. They called me an hour later. "Mr. Evans," the officer said, sounding annoyed. "We checked the place. It's secure. No sign of entry, but we need you to come down here." "I'm not going back there," I said. "Sir, you need to explain what's in the upstairs room." "I don't know," I sobbed. "I've never been in there. The door was locked." "The door wasn't locked," the officer said. "And there's no floor in that room, sir. It's just open joists. Looks like it's been that way for years. But we found your things." "My things are downstairs," I said. "No," the officer said, his voice dropping an octave. "We found your laptop, your clothes, and your sleeping bag. They were arranged in the center of the upstairs room on top of some plywood planks, laid out like a little nest." I felt the blood drain from my face. "I never put them there. And, sir," the officer hesitated, "Mr. Giles, we looked him up to contact the owner. David Giles died 3 years ago. The house has been in foreclosure. It's been abandoned since 2021. I hung up. I slept in a shelter that night. I borrowed money from my estranged sister the next day and got a bus ticket out of state. I left everything, my computer, my clothes, my identity. But sometimes, when I'm in a quiet room or when I'm staying in a cheap motel and the ventilation turns off, I can still hear it. Not the breathing. I hear the recording. I hear me, whispering from the walls. "You'll like the quiet," it says. "You'll like the quiet." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The night shift at Riverside Storage. I took the job because I needed money and because nobody else wanted to work alone at a storage facility in the middle of nowhere from midnight to 8 in the morning. The pay was almost double what other security jobs offered, which should have been my first warning sign. Good money usually means there's a catch. The interview was conducted over the phone by a man named Gerald Moss, who owned Riverside Storage. He sounded tired, like someone who hadn't slept well in years, and he asked me exactly 3 questions. Could I handle being alone for 8 hours? Was I comfortable with minimal cell phone service? Did I have any conditions that might cause me to abandon my post during a shift? When I answered yes, yes, and no, he told me I was hired and to show up Saturday night at 11:45 p.m. for training. Riverside Storage sat on 20 acres of land about 15 miles outside of town, nestled in a valley where the Riverside River cut through before continuing south. The facility itself consisted of 12 long buildings arranged in 2 rows, each building containing about 40 units of various sizes. There was a small office near the entrance with a gate that was supposed to be kept closed at all times, and beyond the office, a gravel road wound between the buildings before ending in a loop at the far end of the property where the river was closest. I arrived 15 minutes early that first night, pulling up to find Gerald Moss waiting outside the office. He was in his 60s, heavy-set, with gray hair and deep shadows under his eyes that looked like bruises. He shook my hand without smiling and gestured for me to follow him into the office. The space was small and cramped, with a desk, a chair, a coffee maker, and a wall of monitors showing camera feeds from around the property. Most of the screens showed empty corridors between storage units, illuminated by fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow cast. A few cameras pointed at the parking area, the gate, and the perimeter fence. Gerald walked me through the basics quickly, his voice monotone, as if he'd given this speech 100 times before. My job was simple. Stay in the office, monitor the cameras, patrol the grounds twice per shift at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., and call the police if I saw anything suspicious. The gate would be locked, so no one should be coming or going during my shift. If someone did show up claiming to need access to their unit, I was to tell them to come back during business hours. No exceptions. "What about emergencies?" I asked. "There won't be any emergencies," he said flatly. "And if there are, you call 911 first, then you call me. You don't handle it yourself. You don't leave the office except for your patrols. You understand?" "Sure. Seems straightforward enough." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in his expression made me uncomfortable. "There are some other rules. Important ones. You need to follow them exactly." He handed me a laminated card with a list typed on it. I read through it quickly. 1. During your 2 a.m. patrol, stay out of Building 7. The lock on Unit 7 to 13 is broken and the door may swing open. Do not go inside under any circumstances. 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. No one should be on the property. 3. The camera for Building 9, rear corridor, has been malfunctioning. If you see movement on that feed, it's a glitch. Do not investigate. 4. If the lights in Building 3 go out during your shift, flip breaker number 7 in the box outside the office. Do not enter Building 3 while the lights are out. 5. You may hear sounds coming from the direction of the river. This is normal. Stay away from the riverbank. 6. If you see someone on the cameras who appears to be a child, call me immediately. Do not approach them. I looked up from the card. These rules are pretty specific. What's this about a child? Just follow the rules, Gerald said. Every rule is there for a reason. The last guard didn't follow them, and we had to let him go. What did he do? Doesn't matter. He's gone. You're here now. He grabbed a jacket from the back of the chair and headed for the door. You have my number. Don't call unless it's an emergency. And remember, stay in the office except for patrols and follow the rules. He left before I could ask anything else, and I heard a truck start up and drive away, leaving me alone with the hum of the fluorescent lights and the quiet static from the monitors. For the first hour, nothing happened. I sat at the desk, scrolling through my phone, even though the signal was weak, and occasionally glancing at the monitors. The camera feeds were boring, just empty hallways and closed metal doors, all of it unchanging. The only movement was from a few moths flying around the exterior lights. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard the first knock. It was distinct. 3 sharp raps on the office door. I looked up from my phone, startled, and stared at the door. The camera feed showing the area outside the office was clear. There was no one there. I stood up and walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle, when I remembered the card. Rule 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. Another knock. 3 more raps, harder this time, more insistent. I looked at the monitor again. Still nothing. The parking area was empty except for my car, and the camera showed the entire space in front of the office. Whoever was knocking should have been visible. The knocking came a 3rd time, and now I could hear something else underneath it. A sound like fingernails scraping against the metal door, slow and deliberate. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped away from the door and returned to the desk, forcing myself to look at the other monitors, to focus on anything else. The scraping continued for another minute, then stopped, abruptly. When I checked the exterior camera again, there was still nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, or an animal, or something falling against the door. But the sound had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. someone had been knocking, or something had been knocking. At 2 a.m., my phone alarm went off, reminding me it was time for the first patrol. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the desk and a ring of keys Gerald had left, then stepped outside into the cool night air. The facility was quiet except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of the overhead lights. I locked the office door behind me and started walking. The patrol route was simple. Walk down the main road between the 2 rows of buildings, checking that all the unit doors were secure, then loop around at the far end and come back. Gerald said it should take about 30 minutes. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on each door as I passed. Most of them were standard roll-up doors painted orange, secured with padlocks of various sizes. Some units had additional locks, and a few had security stickers warning about alarms, though I suspected most of those were bluffs. The buildings were labeled with large numbers, 1 through 6 on the left side, 7 through 12 on the right. When I reached Building 7, I remembered the rule: stay out, especially Unit 7 to 13. I stayed on the opposite side of the road and kept walking, but I couldn't help glancing at the building as I passed. The lights inside the corridor were on, and through the gaps in the metal siding, I could see the row of unit doors stretching into the distance. One of them, I couldn't tell which, was standing slightly ajar. I kept walking. Not my problem. I wasn't supposed to go in there anyway. The far end of the facility was darker, the lights more spread out, and I could hear the river more clearly now, the sound of water moving over rocks, steady and eternal. There was a fence separating the property from the riverbank, but it was old and had gaps in places where the posts had rotted. I stayed on the road, following the loop back toward the office. That's when I saw the figure. It was standing between buildings 10 and 11, just at the edge of the light, facing away from me. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who'd somehow gotten onto the property, but something about the way it stood was wrong. Too still, too rigid. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "The facility is closed. You need to leave." The figure didn't move, didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I started walking toward it, my hand tightening around the flashlight. As I got closer, I could see more details. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and wearing what looked like a long coat or cloak. But I still couldn't see any features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark building behind it. I was about 20 feet away when it moved. Not walked. Moved. One moment, it was standing there, and the next, it was gone, as if it had simply ceased to exist. I stopped in my tracks, my heart hammering, and swept my flashlight across the area. Nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no sound of running, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to decide what to do. Then I turned around and walked back to the office as quickly as I could without running, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. Back in the office, I checked the monitors. I rewound the feed from the camera that should have covered the area between buildings 10 and 11, watching the time stamp roll back to when I'd been on patrol. I could see myself on the screen, walking down the road, stopping, pointing my flashlight. But the area where the figure had been standing was empty. The camera had captured nothing but shadows. I called Gerald. He answered on the 4th ring, his voice groggy. "What?" "I saw someone on the property," between buildings 10 and 11. When I approached, they disappeared. There was a long silence. Then, "Did you check the cameras?" "Yes." "Nothing showed up on the feed." Another pause. "Then it wasn't someone. Go back to your desk. Follow the rules. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up before I could respond. I wanted to leave right then, walk out, get in my car, and never come back. But I needed this job. I needed the money. And Gerald had said it so matter-of-factly. Then it wasn't someone. As if seeing things that didn't show up on camera was perfectly normal. The rest of the shift until 5 a.m. passed slowly. I kept watching the monitors, particularly the feeds from the back of the property, but I didn't see the figure again. The knocking didn't return. Everything was quiet. At 5 a.m., I forced myself to go on the second patrol. This time, I walked faster, keeping to the center of the road, not looking too closely at the shadows between buildings. When I reached the far end of the property, I didn't linger. I turned around and headed straight back to the office. I made it through that first night. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m. to relieve me, he looked at me with those tired, bruised eyes and asked, "Any problems?" I saw something, someone, but it didn't show up on the cameras. "Did you follow the rules?" "Yes." "Then there weren't any problems." He handed me an envelope with cash. He paid under the table, which should have been another warning sign, but I was too tired to care. "See you tomorrow night." I drove home as the sun came up, trying to convince myself that I'd been seeing things, that working alone in the dark had played tricks on my mind, that there was a rational explanation for everything. I almost believed it. The second night started the same way. I arrived at 11:45. Gerald gave me a brief nod, and I took my place at the desk. The first few hours were uneventful. I'd brought a book this time, something to keep my mind occupied. But I found it hard to focus. I kept glancing at the monitors, waiting for something to appear. The knocking came again at 1:30 a.m., right on schedule. 3 sharp raps, followed by that scraping sound. I didn't go to the door. I didn't even look at the exterior camera. I just sat at the desk and waited for it to stop. During my 2 a.m. patrol, I stayed away from Building 7 like I was supposed to. But as I passed it on the opposite side of the road, I noticed something different. The door that had been ajar the night before, Unit 7 to 13, was now fully open, and there were lights on inside the unit, even though all the other units were dark. I stopped walking and stared at it. The light spilling out of the unit was wrong, not the yellow fluorescent glow from the corridor lights, but something colder, bluer, and I could hear something coming from inside, a sound like machinery running, rhythmic and mechanical, accompanied by something that might have been voices. I stood there for a full minute, fighting the urge to cross the road and look inside. The rule said not to go in. Gerald's voice in my head. "Follow the rules." I kept walking. The figure was back that night too, in the same spot as before. This time I didn't approach it. I just kept walking, not looking directly at it, pretending I hadn't seen it. When I checked over my shoulder a few seconds later, it was gone. This became my routine. Night after night, the same things happened. Knocking at 1:30 a.m., the open unit in Building 7 with its strange light and sounds, the figure standing between Buildings 10 and 11, and every night I followed the rules. I didn't answer the door. I didn't enter Building 7. I didn't approach the figure. But other things started happening too, small things at first. On my fourth night, I found wet footprints in the office when I arrived, even though it hadn't rained. They led from the door to the desk, then just stopped, as if whoever made them had simply vanished mid-step. The footprints were small, child-sized. On my sixth night, the camera feed for Building 9 came alive. I watched as something moved through the rear corridor, visible only as a distortion in the image, like heat, shimmer. It moved down the hallway, stopping at each unit door as if checking them before disappearing off screen. The rules said it was a glitch, but glitches don't move with such obvious purpose. On my eighth night, I heard singing. It came from the direction of the river, faint but clear, a child's voice singing a song I didn't recognize. The melody was simple and repetitive, almost hypnotic. And underneath it, I could hear other voices joining in, harmonizing in ways that made my skin crawl. I remembered rule number 5. Sounds from the river were normal. Stay away from the riverbank. I stayed in the office, but the singing continued for over an hour, never getting louder or softer, just constant. On my 10th night, I broke a rule. It happened during my 2 a.m. patrol. I was walking past Building 7 as usual when I heard something that made me stop. It was a voice, clear and distinct, coming from Unit 7 to 13. "Help me. Please, someone help me." It sounded human, genuinely distressed, and before I could think about what I was doing, I was crossing the road and entering Building 7. The corridor was exactly like all the others. Concrete floor, metal walls, fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled like motor oil and dust. Unit 7 to 13 was halfway down on the left side. Its door rolled up completely, revealing a space about 10 feet deep and 8 feet wide. The blue light was coming from inside, though I couldn't see the source, and the sound I'd been hearing, the mechanical rhythm, was louder now, almost deafening. But there was no machinery visible, just empty space and concrete walls. "Hello?" I called out, standing in the doorway. "Is someone in here?" The voice came again from deep inside the unit. "Help me, I'm stuck, please." I stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me with a metal shriek that echoed through the building. I spun around and grabbed the door, trying to pull it back up, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like it was locked from the outside, though that should have been impossible. I turned back to the interior of the unit, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The blue light was brighter now, and I could finally see its source. There was something in the corner of the unit, something that looked like a tear in reality itself, a vertical gash about 6 feet tall that pulsed with that cold blue light. And through the tear, I could see movement, shapes and shadows that didn't make sense, geometries that hurt to look at. "Help me," the voice said again, but now I could tell it wasn't coming from inside the unit. It was coming from the tear, from whatever was on the other side. The mechanical sound grew louder, and I realized it wasn't machinery at all. It was breathing, massive, rhythmic breathing, like something enormous, inhaling and exhaling. And beneath that, I could hear other sounds, whispers, screams, laughter, all layered on top of each other until they became a wall of noise that threatened to overwhelm my thoughts. Something moved in the tear, a shape that was almost human, but wrong in every proportion, with too many joints and limbs that bent in impossible directions. It pressed against the opening, like someone pushing against plastic wrap, and the blue light flickered. I backed up against the metal door, pulling on it desperately, and this time it rolled up about a foot, just enough for me to drop to my stomach and squeeze underneath. I scrambled out into the corridor, and the door slammed shut again behind me. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in the office with the door locked and every light on. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to call Gerald. He answered immediately, as if he'd been waiting for my call. "You went into Unit 7 to 13. It wasn't a question. How did you know?" "The door only closes when someone goes inside. What did you see?" I told him everything. The blue light, the tear, the thing moving on the other side. He listened in silence, and when I finished, he sighed heavily. "The unit has been like that for 6 years. We can't close it, can't rent it, can't even seal the building. Whatever is on the other side, it's trying to come through. As long as no one goes inside, it stays contained. But when someone crosses the threshold, it gets stronger. The opening gets wider." "Why didn't you tell me this? Why is this place even open?" "Because people need storage space, and I need to make a living. And because as long as someone is here at night, following the rules, keeping watch, the thing in 7 to 13 stays in 7 to 13. The alternative is closing the facility and letting whatever is trying to come through unopposed. That's insane. You're using your night guards as some kind of prison wardens for an interdimensional horror? I'm paying you extremely well to sit in an office and occasionally walk around a storage facility. That's what you signed up for. The rest is just details. I could report this, call the police, call the news, tell everyone what's happening here. You could, but who would believe you? And what evidence do you have? The cameras don't show anything unusual. There are no bodies, no crimes, no proof. Just a man making claims about things that can't be verified. You'd lose your job and gain nothing." He was right, and I hated that he was right. What happens if I quit? Then I'll hire someone else, someone who will probably be less careful than you, less likely to follow the rules, someone who will make more mistakes and make whatever is in that unit even stronger. Is that what you want? I didn't answer. He took my silence as acceptance. Finish your shift. Follow the rules. Don't go into Building 7 again. I'll see you in the morning. He hung up. I sat at the desk for the rest of the night, watching the monitors with new understanding. The figure between Buildings 10 and 11 wasn't a person. The knocking on the door wasn't human. The singing from the river wasn't children playing. Everything I'd been seeing, every rule I'd been given, it was all connected to what was in Unit 7 to 13. The facility wasn't just a storage space. It was a containment site, and I was the warden. I made it through that shift, and the next, and the next. I kept following the rules because I didn't know what else to do. I needed the money, and Gerald was right that no one would believe me if I told them what was really happening here. But things got worse. On my 15th night, I found scratch marks on the inside of the office door. Long, deep gouges in the metal that definitely hadn't been there before. Whatever had been knocking was getting more aggressive. On my 18th night, the camera feed for Building 9 showed a figure walking through the corridor. Not the shimmer I'd seen before, but a solid form. human-shaped but moving in a way that was fundamentally wrong. Joints bending backward, limbs extending too far. It walked from one end of the building to the other, then turned and walked back, over and over, like it was pacing. On my 21st night, I heard children laughing during my 2 a.m. patrol. The sound was coming from inside one of the units in Building 3, even though all the units were supposed to be locked and I was alone on the property. I checked the unit number, 327, and made a note to tell Gerald about it. But when I mentioned it to him in the morning, he just nodded tiredly and said, "Add it to the list of rules for the next guard." I started to understand that Riverside Storage wasn't one anomaly. It was full of them. Unit 7 to 13 was just the worst, the most dangerous. But there were others. Things were leaking through, or had leaked through, or had always been here. The facility was a thin place where the boundaries between whatever was normal and whatever was other had worn away. On my 28th night, I met the previous guard. I was doing my 5 a.m. patrol when I saw him, a young guy, maybe 25, standing near Building 11 and looking confused. He was wearing the same security uniform Gerald had given me, and he was translucent, like fog. "Are you the new guard?" he asked when he saw me. His voice sounded distant, echoing slightly. "Yeah, I guess so." "You need to leave. This place isn't safe." "What happened to you?" He looked down at his hands, seeming surprised to see through them. "I broke the rules. I thought I could help. There was a kid, at least I thought it was a kid. I saw him on the cameras wandering around near the river. Rule number 6 said to call Gerald if I saw a child, but I thought there wasn't time. I thought the kid might fall in the river or get hurt. So I went to get him." "What happened?" "He led me to the water. When I got close, I realized he wasn't a child. I don't know what he was. He looked like a child, sounded like a child, but when he smiled at me, I could see that his mouth went too far back, all the way to his ears, and then he pushed me. I don't remember hitting the water. I just remember sinking and sinking, and the river was so much deeper than it should have been. I could see things in the depths, structures, cities, things that shouldn't exist. And when I tried to swim up, the surface just kept getting farther away." "Did you drown?" "I think so. I don't remember. Next thing I knew, I was standing on the bank, watching them pull my body out of the water. Gerald was there. He didn't look surprised. He just made a phone call, and some people came and took my body away. Then Gerald hired a new guard, and then another and another. You're the 4th since I died." "What happened to the other 3? The ghost shook his head. "They broke rules, different rules. There's something in Building 3 that got one of them. Something in Building 9 got another. The third one just disappeared. His car was still in the parking lot in the morning, but he was gone." "Why are you still here?" "I don't know. I can't leave. I've tried. Something keeps pulling me back to the facility." He looked toward the river, and his expression was haunted. "Sometimes I can still feel the water. I can still feel myself sinking. And sometimes I see that child on the bank, smiling, waiting for the next person who will try to save him." He started to fade, becoming more transparent. "Follow the rules. Don't try to help. Don't try to understand. Just do your job and leave when your shift is over. Don't end up like me." Then he was gone. I stood there in the growing dawn light, shaking. 4 guards in 6 years. And Gerald just kept hiring new ones, kept feeding people into this place, all to maintain whatever containment was, keeping the things here from spreading. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m., I confronted him. "The last guard died here. Why didn't you tell me?" "Would you have taken the job if I had?" "No." "Exactly. Look, people die. It's tragic, but it happens. He didn't follow the rules. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep hiring people and not telling them what they're walking into. Then quit. Walk away. I'll have a new guard here tomorrow night. Someone who needs the money badly enough not to ask questions. And maybe they'll be more careful than you, or maybe they won't. And in 6 months, I'll be having this same conversation with guard number 5. He looked at me with those tired eyes. "The world is full of thin places, son. Spots where reality is weak, where other things can push through. This facility just happens to sit on one. Someone has to watch it. Someone has to follow the rules and keep things contained. It might as well be someone I'm paying. It might as well be you. I should have quit. I should have walked out right then. But he was right about one thing. I needed the money. And I've made it a month already. I knew the rules. I knew what to avoid. I could do this. I kept working. On my 35th night, the lights in Building 3 went out during my shift. I remembered a rule. Flip breaker, verse 7. Do not enter while the lights are out. I went to the breaker box outside the office and found breaker number 7. When I flipped it, I heard something scream inside Building 3, a sound of pure rage that made every hair on my body stand up. The lights came back on and the screaming stopped. I didn't want to know what was in Building 3. I didn't want to know what would happen if someone entered while the lights were out. I just wanted to finish my shift and go home. On my 42nd night, I saw the child. He was standing near the river just on the other side of the fence, exactly where the previous guard had described. He looked maybe 8 years old, wearing clothes that were too big for him, and he was crying. Not fake crying. Real gut-wrenching sobs that pulled at something deep in my chest. I picked up the phone to call Gerald, following rule number 6. But before I could dial, the child looked up at me. His face was dirty and tear-streaked, and his eyes were wide and terrified. "Please help me," he called out. "I'm lost. I can't find my mom." My finger hovered over Gerald's number. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help this kid, to go to him, to do something. He looked so real, so genuinely scared. Then he smiled, just a little upturn of the lips, and I saw what the previous guard had seen. The smile extended too far, cutting across his face in a way that was fundamentally wrong. I dialed Gerald's number. He answered immediately. "There's a child by the river. Stay in the office. Don't go outside. I'm on my way." "What is it?" "Something that looks like what you expect to see. Something that knows exactly what bait to use. Stay inside." I watched through the office window as the child stood by the fence, no longer crying, just staring at the office with that too wide smile. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Gerald arrived 20 minutes later. He didn't come to the office first. Instead, he walked directly toward the river, carrying something I couldn't make out in the darkness. When he reached the fence, the child turned to look at him. I couldn't hear what Gerald said, but I saw him throw something over the fence. Whatever it was hit the ground near the child, and suddenly the air around the boy seemed to shimmer and distort. For just a moment, I saw what he really was. Something tall and thin with too many limbs. Something that wore the shape of a child like a costume. Then it was gone, disappeared back toward the river, and Gerald walked back to the office. "Salt and iron," he explained when he came inside. "The old remedies still work on some of them. He'll be back tomorrow night or the next night. They always come back. But he won't approach the fence again for a while." "How many are there? How many things are on this property?" Gerald sat down heavily in the chair. "I stopped counting years ago. The facility is built on a convergence point, a place where the barriers are thin. Things leak through. Most of them are contained, bound to specific locations. Building 7, Building 3, the river, Building 9, as long as no one interferes with them, as long as the rules are followed, they stay in their spaces. It's when people break the rules that things get dangerous." "Why don't you just shut the place down? Lock the gates and walk away?" "Because it wouldn't matter. The things here aren't bound to the buildings, they're bound to the location. If the facility closes, they'll still be here, but there won't be anyone watching them. No one to stop curious kids or homeless people from wandering in. The rules exist because they work. The night guard exists because someone has to enforce the rules. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best one I have." I looked at him and saw the weight he was carrying, the exhaustion of maintaining this impossible situation year after year. "How long have you been doing this?" 30 years. My father did it before me, and his father before him. Our family has owned this land since before the storage facility existed. We've always known it was a thin place. The facility is just the latest attempt to manage it, to create structure and rules around something that defies structure and rules. "You could sell the land." "To who? And what would I tell them?" "No, this is my responsibility, and by extension, it's yours, as long as you work here." He left me alone with that thought, and I finished my shift in silence. I'm in my 3rd month now, and I've settled into the routine. I know all the rules. I know all the dangers. I know the thing in Unit 7 to 13 is trying to come through, that something in Building 3 waits in the darkness, that the shape near Building 11 is watching me on every patrol, that the child by the river will never stop trying to lure someone into the water. But I've also learned new things. The knocking on the door always comes in sets of 3, and if I knock back 3 times, it stops for the night. The wet footprints in the office appear every time it rains, and they always lead to the desk and stop, as if something sits there invisible, watching me work. The singing from the river follows a pattern. It starts at 3:15 a.m. and lasts exactly 1 hour. And if I play music loudly enough, I can almost cover it up. Last week, Gerald told me he's getting old, that his heart isn't what it used to be. He asked me if I'd consider taking over the facility when he retires, becoming the next keeper of this place. The pay would be substantial, he said, and I'd be helping protect people from things they don't understand. I haven't given him an answer yet. Tonight is my 73rd shift. I'm sitting in the office at 1:25 a.m. waiting for the knocking to start. The monitors show the usual camera feeds, empty corridors, closed doors, shadows that sometimes move in ways that shadows shouldn't. The coffee is brewing. The flashlight is charged for my 2 a.m. patrol. Everything is ready. The truth is, I've gotten used to this. The fear that gripped me those first few weeks has faded into something more like wary acceptance. This is my job. I watch over the thin places. I follow the rules. I keep things contained. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patrols, I wonder if this is all there is. If the whole world is full of places like this, thin spots where reality wears through, where other things press against the boundaries of our existence. If every night shift guard, every security worker, every person who watches over empty buildings in the dark is really doing what I'm doing, keeping vigil over horrors that most people will never see. The knocking starts. 3 sharp raps on the metal door. I wait exactly 5 seconds, then knock back 3 times. The scraping begins, continues for 30 seconds, then stops. The nightly ritual completed, I check the monitors. Building 7 shows Unit 7 to 13 with its door open and blue light spilling out. Building 3's lights are on. The figure is standing between Buildings 10 and 11. The child is visible on the riverbank, waiting. Everything is where it should be. My phone alarm goes off. 2 a.m. Time for patrol. I grab the flashlight and keys and head for the door. Outside, the night is cool and quiet, except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of fluorescent lights. I start walking down the main road, checking unit doors, following my route. When I pass Building 7, I don't look at Unit 7 to 13. When I reach the far end of the property, I don't look at the child by the river. When I walk between Buildings 10 and 11, I feel the figure's eyes on me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The house that remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Black Woods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it, every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it. Clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. Hello? Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, and in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click. The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them. Seated at the 4 chairs were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. Okay, I whispered. Prank. Someone is messing with me. I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry. I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen. The photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. This isn't real. This isn't real. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. Room service, a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney. Smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground. But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass, it was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all 4 of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom. But I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling. The lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I'm writing this. Here is why I'm terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed a film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second, her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, "Dinner is served." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Auditor. I'm writing this to warn anyone who is thinking about taking a job just because it pays cash and asks no questions. I was 22 years old, living in my car, and I had exactly $4 to my name. I found the job on a bulletin board in a laundromat. It was a handwritten index card that just said, "Night Shift Motel Clerk, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., $15 an hour, cash. Apply at the Pines Motel." The Pines Motel was about 20 miles outside of town on a stretch of highway that truckers only used to avoid the way station. It was one of those L-shaped buildings from the 1970s with doors that faced the parking lot and a pool that had been filled with concrete years ago. The neon sign out front flickered, buzzing like an angry hornet, and the P was burnt out, so it just said, "The Irons Motel." I walked into the lobby. It smelled like stale cigarette smoke and lemon pledge. The manager was a guy named Earl. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "You got a car?" Earl asked me. "Yes," I said. "You scared of the dark?" "No." "You got a problem with silence?" "No." He threw a set of keys on the counter. "You're hired. Don't let the junkies sleep in the lobby. Don't give refunds after 15 minutes. And the most important rule, do not open the lobby doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I don't care if the Pope is out there knocking. You keep them locked, understand?" I thought it was weird, but I nodded. "Sure. Why?" Earl didn't look at me. He just started counting cash from the register. "Because that's the quiet hour. We like to keep it quiet." He left me there. The first week was boring. I sat behind the bulletproof glass, watched Netflix on my phone, and checked in the occasional truck driver or tired couple. I did the laundry in the back room. Sheets, towels, pillowcases. The machines were loud, rhythmic. Thump swish, thump swish. It was hypnotic. I got used to the sounds of the motel. The ice machine down the hall that groaned every hour, the vending machine that hummed, the traffic on the highway, which usually died down around 1 o'clock a.m. But then the second week started, and I learned why the pay was so good. It was Tuesday, 3:15 a.m. I was reading a magazine, fighting to stay awake. The lobby doors were locked, just like Earl said. The lights in the parking lot were dim, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Knock, knock, knock. It was a polite knock. Soft. 3 distinct taps on the glass of the front door. I looked up. Standing outside was an old woman. She looked harmless. She was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a purse. She looked confused. I reached for the button under the counter to buzz the door open. It was instinct, a sweet old lady needing help. Then I remembered Earl's rule. Do not open the doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I hesitated. I leaned into the microphone that let me talk through the speaker outside. "Can I help you, ma'am?" I asked. The woman smiled. It was a nice smile at first. "I forgot my key, sweetie. I'm in room 12. Can you let me in so I can get a spare?" I checked the computer. Room 12 was empty. We hadn't rented it out in 3 days because the AC unit was broken. "Ma'am, room 12 is vacant," I said, my voice shaking a little. Her smile didn't change. It didn't drop. It didn't twitch. It stayed frozen. "No, sweetie, I'm in room 12. My husband is waiting. It's cold out here. Please open the door." "I can't do that," I said. "I can call the police if you're lost." The moment I said, "police," her face changed. It didn't turn angry. It just stopped looking human. Her eyes went wide, too wide, like she was forcing her eyelids open with invisible fingers. Her jaw went slack. "Open the door," she said. Her voice wasn't an old woman's voice anymore. It was flat, monotone. "Open the door, open the door, open the door." I backed away from the glass. I went into the back office and watched her on the security monitor. On the screen, the parking lot was empty. I looked through the glass again. She was standing right there. I looked at the monitor. Empty. I sat in the corner of the office until the sun came up. When 4:00 a.m. hit, I looked out. She was gone. I told Earl about it the next night when he came to relieve me. "Yeah," Earl said, drinking his coffee. "That's Mrs. Gable. She died in room 12 in 1998. Heart attack. She tries to get in sometimes. Good job keeping the door locked." He said it so casually, like he was talking about the weather. I needed the money, so I stayed. I told myself it was a hallucination from lack of sleep. 2 nights later, it happened again. 3:30 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't polite. Someone was hammering on the glass. I looked up. It was a man in a police uniform. He looked frantic. He had blood on his forehead. "Open up," he screamed. "There's been an accident. I need to use the phone. My radio is dead." My heart hammered in my chest. A cop. An injured cop. I had to help him. I stood up and reached for the buzzer. Then I saw his badge. It was blank. Just a piece of shiny metal. No numbers. No name. I looked at his police car in the parking lot. There wasn't one. He had just appeared. "Where is your car, officer?" I asked through the speaker. He stopped banging. He stared at me. His eyes were black, not dark brown. Black. No whites. "The car's down the road," he said. His voice was smooth, too smooth, like a radio DJ. "Just open the door, kid. Don't you want to be a hero?" "I'm calling 911, I said. He laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like metal grinding on metal. "The lines are down, kid. You know they are." I picked up the lobby phone. Dead tone. I looked back at the door. The cop was pressing his face against the glass. His nose was squashed flat. He was licking the glass. A long gray tongue slid up the pane, leaving a smear of slime. "Let me in," he whispered. "I'm so hungry." I ran to the back room and locked myself in the laundry closet. I sat on a pile of dirty towels and covered my ears. I could hear him banging on the glass for an hour. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up, open up." Then, at 4:01 a.m., silence. I came out. The glass was smeared with grease, but there was no one there. I started looking for another job that morning, but I couldn't find one. I was stuck. The final straw happened on my last night. It was raining. A heavy thunderstorm rain that shook the windows. I was prepared. I had headphones. I had my back to the door. I was going to ignore everything until 4 a.m. At 3:15 a.m., the phone behind the desk rang. Not the lobby phone, the internal phone, the one that guests used to call the front desk. I looked at the caller ID, room 109. Room 109 was at the far end of the lot. It was the storage room. Earl kept old mattresses and broken lamps in there. It didn't even have a bed. It was locked from the outside with a padlock. I let it ring, 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 ring. It wouldn't stop. Finally, I picked it up. Front desk. "He's in here," a voice whispered. It was my voice. I froze. "What?" "He's in here with me," my voice whispered back to me through the phone. "He's hiding behind the mattresses. He's waiting for you to come check the room." I slammed the phone down. Then I saw movement on the security cameras. Monitor 4 showed the walkway outside room 109. The door to room 109 was open. I knew I had locked it. Earl had the only key. I watched the screen. Something was crawling out of the room. It looked like a spider, but it was the size of a man. It had too many limbs. It was naked, pale, and hairless. It crawled along the concrete walkway, moving jerky and fast. It crawled up the wall and onto the roof. It was heading toward the lobby. I heard the sound of footsteps on the roof above my head. Thump, thump, thump. Dust fell from the ceiling tiles. I grabbed the master. Keys. I grabbed my backpack. I didn't care about the money anymore. I ran for the back exit, the door that led to the alley behind the motel. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't move. It was chained shut from the outside. I panicked. I turned around. The ceiling tiles in the lobby were lifting up. A pale, long hand reached down. Fingers that were 6 inches long grasped the edge of the tile. I ran to the front doors, the glass doors. It was 3:45 a.m. I didn't care. I hit the unlock button. I pushed the doors open. The cool night air hit my face. I ran into the parking lot. "Hey!" a voice yelled. I screamed and spun around, raising my fists. It was a trucker, a big guy in a flannel shirt. He was standing by his rig, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You okay, son?" he asked. I looked back at the motel. The lobby was empty. The ceiling tiles were in place. The door to room 109 was closed and padlocked. I need a ride," I gasped. "Please, just get me away from here." The trucker looked at my shaking hands. "Hop in. I'm heading to Phoenix." I got in that truck, and I never went back for my car. I left my clothes, my phone charger, and my $4 in the glove box. I called Earl from a payphone in Arizona 2 days later. "I quit," I said. Earl didn't sound surprised. "Okay, you made it longer than the last guy." "Earl," I asked, my voice trembling, "what is in room 109? There was a long silence. "We don't have a room 109, Earl said. "The numbers jump from 108 to 110. Bad luck number." "I saw it," I said. "I got a call from it." "Son," Earl whispered, and for the first time, he sounded scared. "If you answered that call, you need to keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 2 nights. It tracks the signal." He hung up. That was 6 months ago. I live in motels now, different ones every night. I pay cash. I never give my real name. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in a Motel 6 or a Super 8, the room phone rings. I never answer it, but I can see the light blinking, and if I listen closely through the thin walls, I can hear a scratching sound coming from the ceiling, like long, pale fingernails dragging across the drywall. And then I hear my own voice whispering from the ventilation vent. Open the door. It's quiet time. I pack my bag, I climb out the window, and I run. I don't know how long I can keep running. I'm so tired. But I know one thing for sure. I am never, ever taking a night shift job again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas. And this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan in depth, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching that cardboard. Great, I muttered. Rats. I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item. Gas 8490. Unknown. Origin. Recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritched. Then it stopped. Hello? I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice. A woman's voice. It's so tight, she whispered. My fingers are breaking. I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. Who's there? I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone. Just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. Why did you move? I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. Let me out! The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light. and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel, facing the wall. He was standing shin-deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the night archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" a voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others, faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby, trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch. And then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet, too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the 4th night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly, it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name. Then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. You were a good fit. And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The concrete that never cures. I am writing this on a stack of napkins in a 24-hour laundromat in Idaho. I don't have a phone. I smashed my laptop with a tire iron 3 days ago because the cooling fan started to sound like a whisper. I am surrounded by the sound of tumbling clothes and rushing water, and it is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The white noise helps. It drowns out the settling of the building's foundation. If you are a structural engineer, a night watchman, or just a desperate person looking for quick cash on the deep web job boards, listen to me. If you see a listing for a structural monitor at the Black River Hydroelectric Project, specifically for Sector 9, do not apply. I don't care if they offer you 6 figures for a 3-month contract. I don't care if they promise to pay off your student loans in a lump sum. Do not go into the concrete. My name is Arthur. I was 30 years old, a failed architect working as a security guard at a mall, living in a studio apartment that smelled like cat piss and regret. I was drowning in debt. When I found a listing, it seemed like a lifeline. It was vague, listed under a shell company called Apex Geotechnical. Urgent. Site monitor needed for dormant infrastructure project. Remote location. 12-hour shifts. Monitoring hydration levels in load-bearing concrete. $5,000 weekly. Non-disclosure agreement required. I applied. I got a call 2 hours later. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Vance, didn't ask about my security experience. He asked about my psychological history. Do you have a history of claustrophobia? No. Do you talk to yourself? No. Are you comfortable in total silence for extended periods? I prefer it, I lied. I signed the contract. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading deep into the Cascade Mountains to a place where the roads turned from asphalt to gravel, and then from gravel to mud. The site was a monster. It was an unfinished hydroelectric dam, a massive, curved wall of gray concrete wedged between 2 jagged mountain peaks. It looked like a tombstone for a giant. Construction had stopped in the 1990s due to funding issues, but Vance told me they were preparing to restart. They needed someone to make sure the core integrity hadn't degraded. There was a small portable building at the base of the dam. That was my home. My only contact was a voice on a shortwave radio, a supervisor named Miller, who sat in a warm office 50 miles away. Your job is simple, Art, Miller's voice crackled on the first night. Take the freight elevator to the inspection tunnels. Walk the length. Check the digital hygrometers embedded in the walls. They measure moisture content. If the number is above 15%, you log it. If it's above 20%, you radio me immediately. If it's below 5%, you log it. That's it. Why would the moisture vary? I asked. This concrete was poured 30 years ago. It should be cured by now. There was a pause on the radio, a long, static-filled silence. Just read the numbers, Art, and stay out of the unlit zones. The wiring is old. I geared up, hard hat, high visibility vest, steel-toed boots, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I took the service elevator down. It was a cage, rattling and screeching, As it descended into the body of the dam, the air got colder, heavier. It smelled of wet limestone dust and something metallic, like the taste of blood in your mouth. The inspection tunnels were endless. Long cylindrical corridors drilled right through the solid concrete. The only light came from the string of dim yellow bulbs overhead. I started my rounds. The first week was mind-numbing. I walked miles of concrete. I checked hundreds of little digital displays, 12%, 12%, 11%, 13%. It was boring. But the silence was heavy. In the dam, there was no wind, no animals, no traffic. Just the hum of the bulbs and the sound of my own breathing. But sometimes, if I stopped walking, I could hear the dam settling, crack, pop, groan. It sounded like the mountain was trying to crush the intruder in its gut. On the 9th night, the numbers changed. I was in Sector 4, a deep section near the base of the dam. The air was humid here. My flashlight beam cut through a thin mist. I checked a hygrometer. Moisture, 45%. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Concrete doesn't just gain moisture unless there's a leak. I tapped the gauge. Moisture, 48%. It was rising. I grabbed the radio. Miller, I got a reading in Sector 4. It's nearly 50%. Is there a breach in the outer wall? Are we taking on water? Static. Then Miller's voice sounded tight. No breach. The reservoir is empty, Art. There's no water on the other side. Then where is the moisture coming from? It's internal sweating, Miller said. Just log it. Do not touch the wall. I hung up the radio. I looked at the wall. It was sweating. Dark patches were forming on the gray surface, but it wasn't water. It was thick, viscous. It looked like gray slime. It oozed out of the microscopic pores of the concrete. I stepped closer. The smell was overpowering. It didn't smell like water. It smelled like raw meat. It smelled like a slaughterhouse. I reached out to touch it, then remembered Miller's warning. I pulled my hand back. As I stared at the dark stain, it moved. It didn't drip down. It pulsed. The stain expanded and contracted like a lung taking a breath. I backed away. Okay, I whispered. Chemical reaction. Old sealant breaking down. I finished my rounds and got the hell out of there. But the next night, it got worse. I was in the elevator, heading down to Sector 6. The cage rattled and shook. Then, halfway down, it stopped. The lights in the elevator died. I was hanging in the pitch black, suspended in a shaft 100 feet underground. Miller, I yelled into the radio. Power's out in the lift. No answer, just a rhythmic clicking sound on the frequency. Click, click, click. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it through the mesh floor of the cage. Below me, the shaft went down into darkness. But something was moving down there. I saw pale shapes. They looked like people, naked gray people, climbing up the structural beams of the shaft. They moved silently, fluidly, like they didn't have bones. I rubbed my eyes. Hallucinations, I muttered. Sensory deprivation. The lights flickered back on. The elevator jerked and continued down. When the doors opened at Sector 6, the hallway was different. The yellow bulbs were buzzing angrily, and the walls were wrong. The concrete wasn't flat anymore. It was bulging. Every 10 feet, there was a lump in the wall, roughly the size of a person. It looked like someone had been wrapped in a sheet and then plastered over. I walked past them, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stopped at a hygrometer. Moisture, 85%. The concrete here was soft. I could see my boot prints sinking. slightly into the floor. The concrete hadn't cured. It was reverting to sludge. I walked up to one of the bulges in the wall. The sweat was pouring off it now. I shined my light on the center of the lump. There was a face. It was faint, pressed against the surface from the inside, like a face pressing against a latex sheet. I could see the outline of a nose, a mouth, closed eyes. I stumbled back, dropping my clipboard. The mouth on the wall opened. It didn't tear. The concrete just stretched. A hole formed. A sound came out. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of grinding stones. Dry, the wall groaned. So dry. I grabbed my radio. Miller, there are people in the walls. There are bodies in the concrete. Miller's voice came back instantly, screaming, "Get out of Sector 6, Art! Get to the stairs. Do not listen to them. They are just aggregate." "Aggregate?" I yelled. "They're talking to me?" "They are part of the mix," Miller shouted. "They are the structural integrity. If you disturb them, the dam fails." I ran. I sprinted down the corridor. The floor was getting softer. It felt like running in mud. My boots sucked and squelched with every step. The bulges in the walls were writhing now. Hands pushed out against the surface, stretching the gray matter. Fingers elongated, grasping at the air. "Fluid," a chorus of grinding voices whispered. "We need fluid." I reached the stairwell door. I grabbed the handle. It was stuck. The concrete frame had shifted, pinching the door shut. I slammed my shoulder against it. Thud! It didn't budge. I looked back. The walls were melting. The concrete was flowing like lava, sliding down to the floor, forming a wave of gray sludge. And in the sludge, the figures were rising. They were half-formed, men and women made of wet cement. Their features were blurred, their limbs thick and heavy. They pulled themselves out of the walls with a wet sucking sound. One of them lunged at me. It grabbed my leg. Its hand was cold and heavy. It burned. Chemical burn. The lime in the cement was eating my pants. I kicked it in the face. My boot went right through its head with a splat. The head dissolved into slurry, but the hand held on. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. I smashed the handle of the door. Once, twice. The latch broke. I fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door shut and wedged the extinguisher under the handle. I could hear them slamming against the door from the other side. Thud, splat, thud. I ran up the stairs. It was 40 flights to the surface. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. At flight 20, I stopped to breathe. I looked at the wall of the stairwell. There was a crack running through it. And inside the crack, I saw an eye. A real human eye. Blue. Bloodshot. It was looking at me. It was embedded deep in the stone. It blinked. "Arthur," a voice whispered from the crack. "Don't leave us. We are the foundation." I screamed and kept running. I burst out of the access door at the top of the dam. The night air hit me. It was raining. I ran to my portable cabin. I grabbed my car keys. I grabbed my bag. My radio crackled on the desk. "Art." Miller's voice was calm now, terrifyingly calm. "You can't leave. You've been exposed." "Exposed to what?" I screamed, fumbling with the keys. "The mix," Miller said. "It's biological concrete, Art. It's an experiment. Self-healing structures. But it needs biomass to cure. It needs calcium. It needs bone. We ran out of volunteers years ago." "You're sick," I yelled. "Check your leg, Art," Miller whispered. I looked down at my leg, where the concrete thing had grabbed me. My jeans were dissolved. The skin underneath was gray. It wasn't paint. My skin was turning to stone. It was hard, rough to the touch. I couldn't feel my ankle. It spreads, Miller said. You're already part of the dam. Come back to the tunnels. Find a spot in the wall. It's peaceful. You'll be strong. You'll hold back the mountain. I threw the radio against the wall. It shattered. I ran to my car. I drove down the mountain road like a maniac. I felt my leg getting heavier, stiffer. I had to use my hand to lift my leg to work the clutch. I drove until I hit a town. I went to the ER. I told them I spilled industrial epoxy on my leg. They tried to scrub it off. They couldn't. The doctor touched my skin. He tapped it. It made a clink sound like ceramic. We need to amputate, he said. The tissue is necrotic. It's calcifying. I didn't wait for the surgery. I knew if they put me under, I wouldn't wake up. Miller would come for me, or the concrete would take the rest of me. I ran out of the hospital. That was 3 days ago. I am in this laundromat because the heat from the dryers helps. It keeps the gray patch on my leg from spreading fast. Cold makes it harden. Heat keeps it somewhat pliable. But it's spreading. It's up to my knee now. My toes are fused together. I can't move my foot. And the worst part isn't the physical change. It's the sound. I can hear the building I am in. I can hear the concrete floor of the laundromat. It's whispering to me, "Brother," the floor groans, "join us. Be stable. Be still." I can hear the walls of the strip mall. I can hear the sidewalk outside. Every piece of concrete in the world is alive. It's all connected. It's all part of the same silent suffering network. Every building you walk into is a tomb. Every sidewalk you step on is a graveyard of trapped souls screaming in slow motion. I am going to keep moving. I am going to find a cabin in the woods. Wood. I need wood. No stone, no cement. But I am typing this because I know I won't make it. My fingers are getting stiff. My skin is turning gray. If you see a new retaining wall being built, if you see a dam, if you see a fresh sidewalk being poured, don't step in the wet cement. It's not just drying, it's feeding. And if you stand still too long, it will grab you. Miller was right about one thing. The dam is strong. I can feel its weight in my mind. I can feel the mountain pushing against me. I am becoming heavy. I am becoming structural. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I started recording my sleep to prove I wasn't crazy. I wish I'd never listened back. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do with it, and because if something happens to me, at least there will be a record that I try to explain it. This isn't a creepypasta. I'm not a writer. I don't even use Reddit much. But I've read enough real stories on here to know this is the place where people won't immediately laugh it off. This happened over the last 3 weeks, and it's still ongoing. It started with the sounds. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an older building. Thin walls, old pipes, the usual stuff. I've lived here for almost 2 years with no real issues. The kind of place where you get used to every normal noise. The radiator clicking, the guy upstairs pacing at night, the distant hum of traffic. So when I first heard the breathing, I told myself it was just that. Normal building noise filtered through half-asleep paranoia. The first night, it sounded like someone exhaling right next to my bed. Not loud, not dramatic, just a slow, wet breath, like air moving through a partially blocked nose. I woke up instantly, heart racing, completely alert. The room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of my alarm clock. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. I lay there for a long time, convincing myself it was a dream, until my heart slowed down enough for me to sleep again. The second night, it happened again. Same sound, same feeling of someone being close, too close. This time, I sat up and turned on the lamp. I checked my closet, under the bed, behind the bathroom door. Everything was exactly as it should be. I even laughed at myself a little. Stress, I thought. Maybe sleep apnea. Maybe I was hearing my own breathing amplified in my head. The third night was when I realized something was wrong. I woke up to the sound again, but this time it didn't stop when I held my breath. It kept going, slow, steady, patient. I lay completely still, staring at the dark ceiling, counting the seconds between each inhale and exhale. It wasn't mechanical like a fan or a pipe. There was variation to it, slight pauses, a faint, almost imperceptible wheeze at the end of each breath. It sounded human, and it was coming from my side of the bed. I didn't move. I don't know why. Every instinct screamed at me to turn on the light, to jump up, to run. But fear pinned me in place. I felt like if I moved, whoever or whatever was there would know I was awake. After maybe 30 seconds, it stopped. Just stopped. I didn't sleep at all after that. When the sun came up, I felt ridiculous trying to explain it to myself. No signs of a break-in. Doors locked, windows shut, no reason to think someone had been there. That's when I decided to record myself sleeping. I figured, best case scenario, I'd catch myself snoring or sleep-talking and feel stupid. Worst case, I'd have proof I wasn't imagining it. I used an old phone, plugged it in, and left it on the nightstand with a sleep recording app running. The first night I recorded, nothing unusual happened. I listened back the next morning while making coffee. Just the normal sounds of sleep. Shifting, sheets rustling, an occasional sigh. I felt relieved, embarrassed, even. The second night, though, the app flagged an unusual sound at 3:17 a.m. I almost didn't listen. Something about that little marker on the timeline made my stomach tighten, but I told myself that was the point of doing this. I tapped play. At first, it was just silence. Then I heard myself breathing, slow, deep, asleep. Then, very faintly, another breath. Not synced with mine. It was quieter than my breathing, like it was farther from the phone. But it was unmistakable. Another rhythm, slightly off, slightly delayed. I felt cold all over listening to it. Then came the sound that made me drop the phone. A soft voice, barely above a whisper. It said my name. Not loudly, not clearly, like someone testing the sound of it in their mouth. I replayed it over and over, hoping I'd misheard. But every time, it was there. My name. I didn't go to work that day. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, replaying the recording, checking my apartment again and again. There was no sign of anyone else being there, no missing items, no disturbed locks. That night, I slept with the lights on. Nothing happened, no breathing, no voice. The recording was clean. I thought maybe whatever it was had stopped, or maybe I'd scared myself into hallucinating. Then, 2 nights later, it came back. This time, I didn't wake up during it. I only know what happened because of the recording. The app flagged multiple sounds that night. When I listened back, I heard myself sleeping as usual. Then, at around 2:48 a.m., the other breathing started again. Closer this time, louder. Then I heard movement, soft creak, like the mattress compressing slightly. I heard fabric shift, and then I heard my own voice. I was talking in my sleep. But I wasn't saying nonsense. I was responding. A pause. Then my voice said, "I'm tired." Another pause. "I'll work tomorrow." Long silence. Then, faintly, that other voice again. Too quiet to make out the words. My voice replied, clearer this time. "Just for a minute." I felt sick listening to that. I don't sleepwalk. I don't have conversations in my sleep. I've never done anything like that before. At 2:51 a.m., the recording cut off abruptly. Not ended normally, just stopped. The phone was still plugged in when I checked it the next morning. The battery was full. The app log showed the session as interrupted. That was the first time I considered calling the police. But what would I even say? Something breathes next to me at night and whispers my name. Instead, I did something stupid. I set up a camera. I borrowed a small indoor security camera from a friend, told him I thought someone was messing with my apartment. I set it on a shelf across from my bed, angled to capture most of the room. It had night vision and motion detection. I locked my door. I wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I checked the footage. Most of the night was uneventful. Me tossing and turning, the room empty. At 3:02 a.m., the motion alert triggered. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then the image shifted slightly, like the camera had trouble focusing. And something was standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, too tall. Its head was almost brushing the ceiling, but its body was bent forward at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. It didn't move like a person. It didn't sway or adjust its balance. It was completely still, like a mannequin posed mid-step. The night vision washed out details, but I could see its outline clearly. Long arms hanging down, fingers that looked too many-jointed, bending at wrong places. It didn't have a face. Where its face should have been was just darkness, not shadow, absence, like the camera couldn't register anything there. It stood there for nearly 4 minutes. Then it leaned closer, not stepping forward, just folding, joints bending inward, bringing that empty face closer to mine. The camera glitched. Static filled the screen for half a second, and then it was gone. At 3:07 a.m., the motion alert stopped. I haven't slept in my bed since. I'm writing this from my couch during the day, with every light on and the camera still running. The recordings from last night show nothing, but I can feel it watching me. Not from a specific place, just present. Sometimes, when the apartment is quiet enough, I hear breathing again, not next to me, inside me, like something learned the rhythm of my lungs and never stopped copying it. If anyone has experienced anything like this, if this sounds familiar, please tell me what to do. Because last night, while I was wide awake, I heard it whisper my name again, and this time it came from my own mouth. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway House tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, A gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. "Rules are simple," he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. "You stay in your room, the front left on the second floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the third floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine." He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. "Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind." He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow, creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo. A small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress. Faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls. Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump, clank, thump, clank. It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes, settling wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle, pipes groan, rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, the silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, a shelter maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door. The pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room, a soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet, a small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near total darkness. Then, a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then. The metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay, like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. Don't go. It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me, nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, run. But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom. I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold. Not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me. A slow, wet scratching. Not mice. Deliberate, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Like fingernails, long broken fingernails dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then, a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there, watching me flee. The cab turned a corner, and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe, for now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine, now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single, horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter. And something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back. Because where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore. It was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again. Faint, but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me. Always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow. It's waiting. And it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required zero skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in the gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key... You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand? Yes, I lied. I was already curious. Your duties are simple, she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly, she stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage. They talk? I asked. I thought this was palliative care, end of life. They dream, she whispered, and their dreams are contagious. We reached the 3rd floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. I will return at dawn, Matron Holloway said. There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself. With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down the hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak, no window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. Mr. Blackwood, I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling. But they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black, like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. Withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. It's just a storage facility, I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet, coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the door frames across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall, then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls, vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. Wrong key, the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change," the matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me, their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane. A clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside," the matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use, the basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy red pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on, but I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek, just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it, and underneath, I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out, and now I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, 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 and a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I babysat for a wealthy family and found something horrible in their basement. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go home yet. The police have been calling me nonstop, but I keep sending them to voicemail. I know I need to tell someone what I saw, but I'm terrified of what will happen when I do. So I'm posting it here first, just to get it out. I'm a 23-year-old college student, and I babysit to pay my bills. It's easy money most of the time. Put kids to bed, watch Netflix, get paid. I've been doing it for 3 years and never had any problems until I took a job with the Vanderhoff family. I found their listing on a babysitting app. They needed someone for Saturday nights, 7 p.m. to midnight, $50 an hour. That's more than double what most families pay. The listing said they had one child, a 6-year-old daughter named Emma, and they lived in Ashford Heights, which is the rich neighborhood on the hill where all the doctors and lawyers live. I should have known that. Much money meant something was off. Mrs. Vanderhoff called me the next day. She had a soft voice, very polite, and she asked me the usual questions about my experience and availability. Then she said something that should have been a red flag. "We have some house rules that are very important. If you can't follow them exactly, this won't work." "Of course," I said. "What are the rules?" "Emma goes to bed at 8 p.m. sharp. Once she's in bed, you don't go into her room for any reason. Even if you hear noises, even if she calls out. She's learning to self-soothe, and we can't interfere with that process." That seemed weird, but not crazy. Some parents are strict about sleep training. Second rule, you stay in the main living areas. Kitchen, living room, bathroom downstairs. You don't go upstairs except to put Emma to bed. You definitely don't go into the basement. It's locked anyway, but I'm telling you now, the basement is off limits. Okay, no problem. Third rule, Emma might say, strange things. She has a very active imagination. Don't encourage it. If she tells you stories about the house or about people you haven't met, just smile and change the subject. Don't ask her questions about it. Does she have issues with lying or making things up? No, nothing like that. She's just very creative. We don't want to stifle that, but we also don't want to feed into every fantasy. It still seemed manageable. Weird, but manageable. And $50 an hour was $50 an hour. I started that Saturday. The Vanderhoff house was huge, one of those modern places that's all windows and sharp angles. Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff met me at the door. He was tall, maybe 45, with gray hair and an expensive suit. She was younger, maybe 35, blonde, wearing a black dress and too much perfume. They showed me around quickly. The first floor had a massive living room with a TV bigger than my bed, a kitchen with marble counters and appliances I didn't recognize, and a bathroom. The stairs to the second floor were in the foyer. Past the kitchen was a door that Mrs. Vanderhoff pointed to. That's the basement. It's locked. Don't try to open it. I won't. Emma was in the living room coloring. She was small for 6, with dark hair and pigtails and big brown eyes. She looked up when I came in and smiled. "Hi, are you my babysitter?" "I am. My name's Riley. It's nice to meet you." "Do you like puzzles?" "Sure." "Good. I have lots of puzzles." Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff left at 7:15. Mrs. Vanderhoff reminded me again about the rules. Then they were gone. It was just me and Emma. The first hour was normal. We did puzzles. We watched part of a Disney movie. I made her chicken nuggets for dinner. She was a sweet kid, polite, maybe a little quiet. Around 7:45, she started getting fidgety. "I don't want to go to bed," she said. "I know, but it's almost 8. Your parents said 8 p.m. bedtime. Can you check my room first before I go up?" "Check for what?" She looked down at her hands. "Sometimes there are things in my room." "What kind of things?" "I'm not supposed to talk about it. Mommy says I'm just being creative." I remembered Mrs. Vanderhoff's warning, don't encourage her stories. "I'm sure your room is fine. How about we go up together?" She nodded, but she didn't look happy about it. We went upstairs. There were 4 doors in the hallway, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Emma's room was at the end. It was decorated like a normal kid's room. Pink walls, stuffed animals, a twin bed with a princess comforter. Nothing scary or weird. "See, everything's fine," I said. Emma climbed into bed. "Can you check the closet?" I opened the closet. Clothes, shoes, toys. All clear. "Under the bed?" I looked under the bed. Nothing but some dust bunnies. "Nothing there." She pulled the covers up to her chin. "Okay, can you leave the hallway light on?" "Sure." I turned on the hallway light and left her door cracked open a few inches, like she asked. I went back downstairs and settled on the couch with my phone. Easy night. 5 more hours and I'd have 250. At 8:30, I heard a thump from upstairs. I looked at the ceiling, listening. Nothing else. Probably just Emma rolling over or dropping something. At 8:45, another thump. Louder this time. I remembered the rule, don't go into Emma's room for any reason. But what if she'd fallen out of bed? What if she was hurt? I walked to the bottom of the stairs and called up, "Emma, you okay?" No answer. "Emma?" Still nothing. I started up the stairs. When I reached the hallway, I could see that Emma's door was still cracked open, light spilling out. I walked up to it and peeked inside. Emma was in bed, sleeping. She looked peaceful, but I could see now that she had moved. She was on the complete opposite side of the bed from where I'd left her. And there was something else. The closet door was open. I knew I'd closed it. I definitely remembered closing it because Emma had seemed so worried. I stepped into the room quietly, not wanting to wake her, and closed the closet door. As I did, I thought I heard something from downstairs, a creaking sound like a door opening. I went back to the hallway and listened. The house was silent. I went downstairs. Everything looked the same. The TV was still on. My phone was on the couch where I'd left it. Nothing was different, except the basement door was open about 6 inches. I walked over to it slowly. It was definitely open, and I could see stairs leading down into darkness. A smell was coming from down there, damp concrete and something else, something organic and unpleasant. I knew the rule. Don't go in the basement. But I also knew that door had been closed, and Mrs. Vanderhoff had said it was locked. If it was open now, something was wrong. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. Then I pushed the door open wider and looked down. The stairs were wooden and old, completely different from the modern style of the rest of the house. They led down about 15 feet to a concrete floor. I could see boxes and old furniture, normal basement stuff. "Hello?" I called down. "Is someone down there?" Nothing. I should have closed the door and called the Vanderhoffs. That's what I should have done. But I was curious, and I was thinking maybe their house had foundation issues or something, and the door had just swung open on its own. I started down the stairs. The temperature dropped with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The basement was bigger than I expected, stretching back under most of the house. The floor was unfinished concrete, and the walls were exposed stone, like the basement was way older than the house above it. There were boxes along one wall, labeled things like Christmas decorations and old clothes, some furniture covered with sheets, a water heater in the corner, all normal. But there was a hallway at the back of the basement leading further into darkness, and that's where the smell was coming from. I walked toward it, my phone light bouncing off the walls. The hallway was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, with a low ceiling. I had to duck my head to avoid pipes. At the end of the hallway was a door. It was newer than everything else down here, metal with a deadbolt, and it was unlocked. I opened it. The room beyond was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were covered in some kind of padding, like a recording studio. There was a drain in the center of the floor, and there were chains attached to the walls. My heart started pounding. This wasn't right. This was very, very wrong. There was a table against one wall with tools on it. Pliers, knives, things I didn't want to look at closely. There was a laptop, closed, and there were photos taped to the wall above the table. I stepped closer, my hands shaking. The photos were of different people, men, women, different ages. They were all taken in this same room, sitting or standing against these same padded walls. They all looked terrified. I counted 12 photos. I grabbed the laptop and opened it. It didn't have a password. The desktop had a bunch of folders, all labeled with dates. I clicked on the most recent one, from 3 weeks ago. Videos, dozens of video files. I clicked on one at random. It showed this same room from a camera mounted in the corner. There was a man zip-tied to a chair in the center of the room. He was maybe 30, wearing a suit. and he was crying. Someone walked into frame. I couldn't see their face because they were wearing a mask, but I could tell it was a man from the body shape, Mr. Vanderhoff, probably. I closed the laptop. I didn't need to see anymore. I needed to get out of this house. I needed to get Emma and get out and call the police. I ran back down the hallway, back through the basement, up the stairs. I was about to go up to get Emma when I heard a voice behind me. "You weren't supposed to go down there." I spun around. Mrs. Vanderhoff was standing in the front doorway. She'd come back. Behind her was Mr. Vanderhoff. "I can explain," I started, but my voice was shaking so badly I could barely speak. "No need," Mrs. Vanderhoff said. She didn't sound angry. She sounded sad. "We knew this would happen eventually. We always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. They always get curious about the basement." Mr. Vanderhoff closed the front door and locked it. He was holding something, a syringe. "Please," I said, "I won't tell anyone. I'll leave right now and I'll never come back." "You saw the room," Mr. Vanderhoff said. "You saw the laptop. We can't let you leave." Mrs. Vanderhoff walked toward me slowly. "It's not personal. We actually liked you. You were good with Emma, but we can't risk it." I looked around frantically for an escape route. The front door was locked, and they were blocking it. The back door was through the kitchen, behind Mrs. Vanderhoff. The windows were too high and probably locked. I ran for the stairs. If I could get to Emma, if I could get to a phone in one of the bedrooms, maybe I could call for help. I made it halfway up before Mr. Vanderhoff caught me. He was faster than he looked. He grabbed my arm and pulled me backward. I fell, hitting the stairs hard, pain shooting through my back. He dragged me down to the first floor. I tried to scream, but Mrs. Vanderhoff put her hand over my mouth. "Shh, you'll wake Emma. She's been through enough." That's when I realized Emma knew. She'd been saying there were things in her room. She'd been afraid. She knew what her parents were doing in the basement. Mr. Vanderhoff held me down while Mrs. Vanderhoff brought the syringe closer to my arm. I thrashed and kicked, catching her in the knee. She stumbled backward, and the syringe fell, hitting the floor and rolling under the couch. "Damn it!" Mr. Vanderhoff muttered. He shifted his grip on me, and that's when I bit his hand as hard as I could. He yelled and let go. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the kitchen, for the back door. Behind me, I could hear them coming. The back door was locked with a deadbolt that needed a key. I didn't have time to look for one. I grabbed a chair from the kitchen table and threw it at the sliding glass door. The glass shattered and an alarm started blaring. I didn't care. I kicked out the remaining glass and climbed through, cutting my hands on the sharp edges. I ran across the backyard, through a gate in the fence, into the neighbor's yard. I could hear Mr. Vanderhoff behind me, shouting, but I didn't look back. I ran down the street, past house after house, until I saw a car driving by. I jumped in front of it, waving my arms. The car screeched to a stop. An elderly man rolled down the window. "Are you all right?" "Call 911, I gasped. "Please, call 911 right now." He looked at my bloody hands and the panic on my face and pulled out his phone. The police arrived within minutes. I told them everything. The basement, the room, the laptop, the photos, everything. They went to the Vanderhoff house with a warrant. They found the room exactly as I described. They found the laptop with the videos. They found things I hadn't seen. A safe with IDs and wallets, personal belongings from dozens of people. They found burial sites in the woods behind the property. The Vanderhoffs had been abducting people for years. Homeless people, sex workers, anyone who wouldn't be immediately missed. They bring them to the house, keep them in the basement room for days or weeks, and then kill them. Mr. Vanderhoff was an ER doctor. Mrs. Vanderhoff was a lawyer. They were wealthy, respected members of the community, and they were serial killers. Emma is in protective custody now. The police won't tell me much about her, but I heard from a social worker that she's been severely traumatized. She'd known what was happening, but had been threatened to keep quiet. Sometimes she'd hear the screams from the basement. That's what she meant when she said there were things in her room. She could hear them through the vents. The Vanderhoffs were arrested that night. They're both in jail awaiting trial. The prosecutor says it's one of the biggest serial killer cases in the state's history. They've identified 15 victims so far, but they think there might be more. I've talked to the police probably 20 times. I've given statements, identified evidence, looked at photos. I've had nightmares every single night since it happened. I can't sleep without the lights on. I can't be in a basement anymore. But the thing that haunts me the most is thinking about all the other babysitters before me. Mrs. Vanderhoff said they always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. How many other people saw that basement? How many other people didn't make it out? The police found journals in the house. Mr. Vanderhoff had documented everything, including notes about previous babysitters. There were 11 names listed before mine. Only 3 of them were still alive. The police contacted them. They'd all quit suddenly after a week or two, saying something about the job felt wrong. They'd gotten lucky. They'd trusted their instincts and left before they got too curious. 8 weren't so lucky. The police matched their names to missing persons reports. They'd all disappeared within days of quitting their babysitting job. The Vanderhoffs had tracked them down and grabbed them, just like they'd planned to do with me. I should have died that night. The only reason I'm alive is because I got lucky, because the syringe fell, because I was fast enough to get away, because someone happened to be driving by when I ran into the street. The trial starts in 3 months. I have to testify. I have to sit in the courtroom and look at the Vanderhoffs and tell everyone what I saw in that basement. My lawyer says I'll probably be on the stand for days. I'm terrified, not just of testifying, but of what might come out during the trial. The police told me there's evidence that suggests the Vanderhoffs weren't working alone. There are references in Mr. Vanderhoff's journals to someone else, someone he calls the partner. But they haven't identified who that person is yet. What if there's someone else out there? What if they come after me for talking? I've been staying in different hotels, moving every few days. I quit all my other babysitting jobs. I can't go back to that, not now, maybe not ever. I barely leave my room. I have food delivered, and I check every lock 3 times before I go to sleep. My friends keep calling, saying I should talk to someone, that I need therapy. They're probably right. But every time I think about sitting in a room with a stranger and talking about what happened, I panic. The only thing that keeps me going is thinking about Emma. She's 6 years old, and her parents are monsters, and she's going to need so much help to get through this. The social worker told me Emma's been asking about me, asking if I'm okay. She drew me a picture. It's a rainbow with 2 stick figures holding hands underneath it. She wrote, "Thank you, Riley," at the bottom in crayon. That picture is in my wallet now. I look at it when things get bad, when the nightmares are too much, and I start thinking about what could have happened. I saved her, I got out, and I called the police, and I saved her from growing up in that house with those people. That has to mean something. Update. 2 months later. The trial was delayed because Mr. Vanderhoff tried to kill himself in jail. He survived, but he's in the hospital now under guard. Mrs. Vanderhoff is trying to make a deal with the prosecutor. She'll give up information about the partner in exchange for life in prison instead of the death penalty. The prosecutor called me yesterday. They found something on the laptop that I didn't see when I opened it. There was a folder labeled subscribers. Inside were email addresses, over 200 of them. The Vanderhoffs had been live streaming the murders. People were paying to watch. The FBI is involved now. They're trying to track down everyone who paid for access to those streams. It's an international investigation. They've made arrests in 6 countries so far. I can't stop thinking about those 200-plus people. They were watching real people die, and they paid money for the privilege. They're out there right now, living normal lives, and no one knows what they did. The prosecutor also told me something about Emma. She's been placed with a foster family, and she's getting intensive therapy. She's not speaking much, but she started drawing pictures of the house. The therapist says it's her way of processing what happened. Some of the pictures showed a basement room. Some show people in the room, and some show Emma watching through a crack in the door. She didn't just hear what was happening. She saw it. Her parents made her watch. I threw up when the prosecutor told me that. Emma is 6 years old. She's been watching her parents torture and kill people since she was old enough to understand what death meant. The prosecutor said they're trying to be careful about how they question her, because they don't want to traumatize her further. But they need her testimony. She's the only witness besides me who can place both parents at the scene of the crimes. A 6-year-old is going to have to testify in a serial killer trial about her parents. I don't know if I believe in evil as like a force or entity, but if I did, that's what the Vanderhoffs are. Evil. I got a letter last week. No return address, postmarked from somewhere in Nevada. Inside was a single piece of paper with one sentence typed on it. You should have minded your own business. I gave it to the police. They're analyzing it for prints and DNA, but so far nothing. They think it might be from someone who was on the subscriber list, someone who's angry that their entertainment got shut down. Or it could be from the partner. I've started carrying pepper spray. I've taken a self-defense class. I look over my shoulder everywhere I go. I'm trying to be careful, but I'm also trying to live my life. I enrolled in online classes so I can finish my degree from home. I got a remote job doing data entry. It's boring, but it pays the bills and I don't have to leave my apartment. I video call with Emma's therapist once a week. She updates me on how Emma's doing, and sometimes Emma wants to talk to me. She doesn't say much, mostly just asks if I'm okay and tells me about things her foster parents are doing with her. Normal things like going to the park or baking cookies. Last week, Emma told me something that made me cry. She said, "I'm glad you came to my house that night. You saved me." I told her she was brave and strong and that she was going to be okay. I hope I wasn't lying. The truth is, I don't know if any of us are going to be okay. Emma has years of trauma to work through. I'm probably going to be in therapy for the rest of my life. And somewhere out there, there's a partner who helped the Vanderhoffs kill at least 15 people, maybe more. But we're alive. We survived, and the Vanderhoffs are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. That has to be enough. Final update, 6 months later. The trial happened. It lasted 3 weeks. I testified for 2 days. Mrs. Vanderhoff took the deal and gave up the partner's identity. It was Mr. Vanderhoff's brother, also a doctor, living in California. He was arrested, and he's awaiting his own trial. Mr. Vanderhoff got the death penalty. Mrs. Vanderhoff got life without parole. The FBI has arrested 47 people so far who were paying to watch the live streams. They are still working on identifying the others. Apparently, a lot of them used sophisticated methods to hide their identities. But they're not giving up. Emma testified. She did it over video link so she wouldn't have to see her parents. She was so brave. She answered every question the lawyers asked, even though you could tell she was scared. After the verdict, Emma's foster parents came to talk to me. They asked if I wanted to stay in touch with Emma, maybe visit sometimes. I said yes, immediately. I visit Emma once a month now. We do normal things. We go to the park, we get ice cream, we watch movies. She's still in therapy and she has bad days, but she's getting better. She smiles more now. She laughs sometimes. Last month, she told me she wants to be a police officer when she grows up so she can save people like I saved her. I'm doing better too. I'm back in therapy and it's helping. I still have nightmares, but not as often. I can sleep with the lights off now most nights. I'm even thinking about going back to school in person next semester. The letter writer never contacted me again. The police think it was just someone trying to scare me, not an actual threat. I'm not babysitting anymore. I don't think I ever will again. But I'm okay with that. I found something else I'm good at. I'm volunteering with an organization that helps trauma survivors. I answer hotlines and I help people navigate the resources available to them. It feels like I'm doing something meaningful. People keep asking me if I regret taking that job, if I wish I'd never gone to the Vanderhoff house. And honestly, no, I don't regret it. Because if I hadn't been there that night, if I hadn't gotten curious about the basement, the Vanderhoffs would still be killing people. The brother would still be helping them. Those 200-plus people would still be watching. And Emma would still be living in that house, listening to screams from the basement, being forced to watch her parents commit murder. I saved her. I stopped them. And yeah, it cost me my peace of mind and my ability to feel completely safe. But it was worth it. Emma is going to have a life now, a real life, with people who love her and protect her. She's going to grow up and maybe she will become a police officer, or maybe she'll be something else entirely. But she's going to grow up. She's going to have that chance. And that's everything. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Chernobyl's Unquiet Ashes, The Night, Lyudmila Ignatenko, fed me borscht in the house of clicking counters. The bus dropped me at the Ditiatai checkpoint just after dawn, the tires crunching over the same cracked asphalt that had carried fire trucks, ambulances, and fleeing families 38 years ago. My dosimeter, clipped to my jacket pocket, already registered 0.0 USVH. Background radiation, the guide had called it. Harmless. I adjusted the respirator on my face, the rubber seal pressing uncomfortably against my cheeks, and shouldered my backpack. Inside, extra batteries, iodine tablets, a Geiger counter I'd bought online for $89.99, and a digital camera worth more than my apartment. I was here to document the silence, to capture the way nature had swallowed a city whole. What I hadn't told the tour group was that I'd bribed a bored security guard with a carton of Marlboros to let me stay behind after they left. 8 hours alone in Pripyat. 8 hours to find the places the tourists never saw. The bus rumbled away, leaving me standing in a cloud of diesel fumes and dust that glittered like powdered glass in the weak morning sun. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a thick, muffled silence broken only by the distant cry of a hawk and the rustle of birch leaves. I walked down Lenina Street, past skeletal apartment blocks with blown-out windows like empty eye sockets. Vines snaked up crumbling fire escapes. A child's red tricycle lay overturned near a rusted ladder, half buried in moss. My boots crunched on broken glass and something else, fine gray ash that clung to my soul. Fuel-containing material, the guide had called it, corium, the lava of a melted nuclear heart. I kept my eyes on the dosimeter. 0.25 USVAH near the kindergarten. 0.31 near the swimming pool. Still safe. Barely. I found a hospital last. It wasn't on any tourist map. A hulking concrete relic on the outskirts of town, its entrance partially collapsed. The emergency doors bent inward, as if something enormous had forced its way out. The air here tasted different, sharp, metallic, like licking a battery. My dosimeter jumped to 1.8 USVH. I hesitated. This was where they'd brought the first responders, the firefighters. Men who'd walked into a burning reactor core thinking it was an electrical fire, their skin already blistering, their lungs filling with radioactive steam. Their boots had been dumped in the basement, the guide had whispered, along with their clothes, all still too hot to touch. I pushed through the rubble-strewn foyer. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light spearing through the shattered roof. The walls were stained with water damage and something darker, long rust-colored streaks that looked like old blood. I descended the stairs to the basement, my headlamp cutting a shaky beam through the gloom. The air grew colder, damper. The smell hit me first. Mildew, yes, but beneath it, the sweet, cloying reek of decay, and underneath that, the ozone tank of radiation. My dosimeter spiked to 4.7 USVH. I should have turned back, but my camera felt heavy in my hands. One shot, I told myself. One shot of the boots. The basement was a tomb. Water dripped steadily from pipes overhead, echoing like a slow heartbeat. My headlamp beam swept across overturned gurneys, shattered glass vials, and then, there, piled in a corner like discarded firewood, a heap of heavy rubber boots. Firefighter boots. They were coated in a thick, gray sludge that seemed to glitter faintly in the light. My Geiger counter, clipped to my belt, began clicking. Softly at first, then faster. Click, 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 a warning. I raised my camera, framing the boots in the viewfinder. As I pressed the shutter, the flash exploded in the darkness. a blinding white burst that illuminated the entire room for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw her, standing behind the boots, pale as bone, was a woman. She wore a faded blue dress spattered with dark stains. Her hair was matted, her face gaunt, shadows pooling in the hollows of her eyes. But it was her hands that froze my blood, clenched tight around a small soot-streaked teddy bear. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring down at the boots, her lips moving silently. The flash died. Darkness swallowed her. The Geiger counter screamed a frantic, insectile whine. My dosimeter read 12.3 USVH. I stumbled back, crashing into a metal cabinet. Vials shattered on the floor. The clicking intensified, merging into a continuous, shrieking buzz. Sasha? Her voice was a dry rasp, like pages turning in a ruined book. It came from everywhere and nowhere. Sasha, you're late. The doctor said you'd be home by supper. I fumbled for the door, my breath ragged inside the respirator. The beam of my headlamp jerked wildly across the walls. For a second, I saw her reflection in a puddle of standing water. A woman holding a child's hand, walking toward the reactor's glow. But when I looked up, the basement was empty, except for the boots. The Geiger counter's scream dropped to a low, ominous hum. 8.1 USVH. I backed up the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. At the top, I yanked off the respirator, gasping the relatively cleaner air of the ruined foyer. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the camera. It clattered on the concrete. As I bent to grab it, my dosimeter caught on a rusted pipe. The plastic casing cracked. The display went dark. I left the broken dosimeter behind. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the overgrown courtyard of the Azure swimming pool, where, according to local guides, children had played in the water while radioactive dust snowed down on them from the sky. I collapsed on a crumbling bench, sweat stinging my eyes, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. Radiation sickness. A cold voice whispered in my head. Nausea, fatigue, metallic taste. I dry heaved into the weeds, but nothing came up. My camera, I still had my camera. I powered it on, scrolling frantically through the shots. The boots, the empty corner, the boots again. No woman, no teddy bear, just shadows and dust. Relief washed over me so profound it made me dizzy. Hallucination, stress, the radiation messing with my head. I deleted the photos from the basement, my thumb trembling on the button. I spent the next few hours wandering the abandoned amusement park. The Ferris wheel stood frozen against the sky, its gondolas hanging like rotten fruit. The bumper cars were rusted skeletons. My Geiger counter stayed silent, registering only 0.15 USVH, normal background. I took photos. The skeletal swing set draped in ivy, a gas mask half buried in dandelions, the faded mural of smiling children on the kindergarten wall. I was beginning to believe the basement had been a nightmare, a bad dream, born of fear and too much history. Dusk was falling when I found the kindergarten. Not the tourist one with the dolls and tiny chairs, but a smaller overgrown building on the edge of the red forest. Its windows were boarded, but the front door hung open, swaying slightly in the breeze. The Geiger counter remained quiet. Turbo Model 18 USVH. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Wet plaster, mold, and beneath it, that same metallic tang from the hospital basement. But overlaying it was something else. The faint, sweet scent of lavender. Sunlight slanted through broken roof tiles, illuminating dust motes dancing above rows of tiny overturned chairs. Crayon drawings still clung to the walls, stick figure families under yellow suns, a crude blue river, labeled Dnipro. I moved deeper into the building, past a play kitchen with miniature pots coated in gray dust. In a corner classroom, a single intact doll sat propped against the wall. Its glass eyes stared blankly ahead. I raised my camera. As the shutter clicked, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the headlamp beam. The Geiger counter on my belt erupted, not a whine, but a sustained, deafening shriek. 15.6 USVH. I spun around, headlamp beam cutting through the sudden gloom. The door I'd entered through was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall covered in peeling wallpaper printed with faded cartoon rabbits. The lavender scent intensified, mixed now with the smell of burnt hair. "You took his photo," the voice whispered. It came from the corner where the doll sat. But the doll was gone. In its place stood the woman from the basement. Her blue dress was cleaner now, but her arms were streaked with soot. The teddy bear was tucked under one arm. Her eyes weren't hollow anymore. They were wide, terrified. They won't let him rest. They keep taking his photo, his picture. It hurts him. She took a step forward. Her bare feet made no sound on the dusty floorboards. Sasha only wanted to save the children. He ran toward the fire, toward the light. They said it was bright, beautiful. A tear traced a clean line through the grime on her cheek. But it wasn't light. It was hunger. It ate him alive, and now they won't let him sleep. I backed away, my heel crunching on broken glass. "I'm sorry," I choked out, the words muffled by the respirator I'd yanked back on. "I didn't know. I'll delete them, all of them." She tilted her head, a childlike gesture that made my stomach clench. Delete? She didn't understand the word. Like when they erased his name from the memorial wall? Like when they buried him in lead? She took another step. The Geiger counter's shriek deepened, vibrating against my hip. "You carry his ash on your shoes. I smell it. I smell him. You're late, my love. The soup is cold." She reached out a hand, not skeletal but real, flesh and blood, yet glowing faintly in the darkness with a soft, sickly green luminescence. "Come home. The little one cries for you." I couldn't move. Her eyes held mine, and in them I didn't see a ghost. I saw Lyudmila Ignatenko, the wife of firefighter Vasily Ignatenko, who died screaming after 3 weeks in a Moscow hospital. His body so radioactive they buried him encased in zinc and concrete. I'd read her memoir, Voices from Chernobyl. She'd described holding his hand as his skin peeled off like paper. She'd described bribing nurses to let her sit with him long after visitors were banned. She'd described the state sealing his file, erasing his sacrifice. This wasn't a spirit. This was grief made manifest. Grief that refused to be buried. Grief that clung to the dust, the ash, the very air of this place. "I'm not Sasha," I whispered. Her hand froze inches from my face. The green glow flickered. Confusion clouded her eyes. "No," she sniffed the air. "You smell of his boots, of the fire, of the waiting room." She lowered her hand slowly. "But you are not my Sashenka." A sob racked her thin frame. "Then who will hold my hand when they take me? Who will tell them I was not afraid?" The brick wall behind her shimmered. For a second, I saw the real door, the splintered wood, the overgrown courtyard beyond. "Lyudmila," I said, the name tearing from my throat before I could stop it. Your Sasha was brave. Everyone knows. Everyone remembers. Her head snapped up. Lies. The word was a hiss. The temperature dropped further. Frost bloomed across the windows. The Geiger counter hit 28.4 USVH, a lethal dose in minutes. They buried his file. They buried me in a new apartment far from home. They said, "Be quiet, widow. Your tears are inconvenient." She clutched the teddy bear tighter. He promised he'd come back for Masha's 5th birthday. He promised. Masha, her daughter, the one who died of thyroid cancer at 16, the one Lyudmila had held as she took her last breath, whispering, "Forgive me, I should have run faster." I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled a camera from my bag, not to take a photo. I held it out to her, screen glowing in the dark. On it was the last shot I'd taken, the doll in the corner. "Look," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "This is Masha's doll, from the classroom. She left it behind when she ran, but it's still here, waiting, just like you're waiting for Sasha." Lyudmila stared at the screen. Her glowing hand hovered over the image. "Mashenka's bear," she whispered. She called it Grisha. "This is Grisha," I said gently, pointing to the teddy bear tucked under her arm. "That is Anya, her best friend." I tapped the screen. Anya waited, just like you wait. But Masha didn't forget her. She carried her in her heart. A sound escaped Lyudmila, not a sob, but a soft, broken breath. The green glow around her dimmed. The frost on the windows began to melt. The Geiger counter's shriek softened to a low click. Click, 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 5.2 USVH. "Mashenka," she whispered. She never cried when they took Sasha away. She was so brave, like her papa. "She remembers him," I said. "Everyone does. That's why I came. To show the world, to show them what happened, to remember Sasha, to remember you." Lyudmila looked down at Grisha, then at the image of Anya on my screen. A tear fell, sizzling faintly where it hit the dusty floorboards. "They erased his file," she repeated, but the anger was gone. Only exhaustion remained. "They said his sacrifice was classified, that I must be silent." "No one erases love," I said. The words felt hollow, inadequate, but they were all I had. "Not really. It stays, in the dust, in the ash, in the stories." I wiped my own eyes with a gloved hand. "I'll tell your story. I'll tell Sasha's story, I promise." She studied me for a long moment. The green luminescence faded completely. She looked like an ordinary woman now. Tired, heartbroken, but human. "You carry his ash," she said softly. "Wash your boots before you leave. The children play in this forest now. Let them have clean earth." She turned toward the shimmering brick wall. It dissolved as she walked through it, revealing the twilight courtyard. "Go now," she said without looking back. "The gates close at 8, and the soldiers do not like latecomers." I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the Dityatai checkpoint, my lungs burning, my boots heavy with radioactive mud. The guard barely glanced at my passport before waving me through. In the decontamination shower at the exit station, I scrubbed my skin raw, watching gray water swirl down the drain. They scanned me twice. "Slightly elevated," the technician muttered, frowning at his screen. "Nothing dangerous, probably just dust." He handed me a certificate listing my exposure, 18.7 millisieverts. Twice, the annual limit for nuclear workers. I didn't care. I was alive. I flew home that night. developed the photos in a dark room I rented by the hour. The shots from the basement were all corrupted, static, streaks of green light, shadows that didn't match the architecture. I deleted them. The kindergarten photos were pristine. The doll, the crayon drawings, the swing set in the overgrown park. I kept only one image from the basement, a close-up of the firefighter boots, half submerged in gray sludge. In the corner of the frame, just visible in the flash's edge, was a small gloved handprint on the wall, not mine. I wrote Lyudmila's story. I wrote Sasha's story. I wrote about Masha. I submitted it to journals, to publishers, to online forums. Every rejection letter cited the same reason. Too speculative, not scientifically rigorous. Chernobyl is a tragedy, not a ghost story. The photos were dismissed as atmospheric but unverified. I stopped trying to publish. I kept the photos in a box under my bed. 3 months after I returned, the nausea started. A persistent metallic taste. Fatigue that sleep couldn't cure. My doctor ran tests, blood work, scans. Unexplained cytopenia, he said, frowning at the results. Low platelets, low white count. Could be viral, could be stress. He didn't mention radiation, but when I showed him the certificate from the checkpoint, his face tightened. 18 millisieverts is high, he admitted, but not this high. Your levels, they're consistent with acute exposure months ago, not a single visit. I didn't correct him. I knew when the exposure happened. It wasn't in the basement. It was when Lyudmila's glowing hand had hovered near my face, when her tears had sizzled on the floor. The nightmares began soon after, not of radiation burns or melting skin, of a small apartment in Slavutich, a pot of borscht simmering on a stove, a woman in a blue dress humming a lullaby while a little girl with dark braids plays with a teddy bear on a worn rug. The doorbell rings. The woman smiles, wiping her hands on an apron. "Sasha, you're home early." She opens the door, but no one is there, only cold wind. She calls his name into the empty hall. Sashenka. The lullaby starts again, but it's coming from the empty street, from the dead trees, from the dust on my boots. Last Tuesday, I found a single tiny shoe on my doorstep, a child's red sneaker caked in gray mud. I'd never seen it before. I left it there. The next morning, it was gone, but on my windowsill, drawn in the condensation, were 3 words: "Wash your boots." I bought a new pair of boots, heavy, rubber-soled work boots. I left them on the porch. That night, I heard scratching at the door, not loud, persistent, like small fingers dragging through dirt. I pressed my ear to the wood. Beneath the scratching was a whisper, not Lyudmila's voice, a child's voice. "Anya's cold," it said. "Grisha's scared. Will you play with us?" I haven't slept in my bed since. I sleep on the couch, the lights on, the door locked with 3 deadbolts. My Geiger counter sits on the coffee table. It hasn't clicked once, but my skin itches. My gums bleed when I brush my teeth. And every night, just after midnight, the scratching starts again. Softer now, patient, accompanied by the faint, sweet scent of lavender. This morning, I found a crayon drawing tucked under my windshield wiper, a crude picture of a family. A tall man with a firefighter's helmet, a woman in a blue dress, a little girl holding a teddy bear, and a 4th figure, a stick man with a camera, all standing under a bright yellow sun. In the corner, written in shaky Cyrillic letters, "Sasha says thank you." I keep the drawing on my dashboard. I drive with the windows down, letting the wind blow through the car. I no longer check the Geiger counter. I know what it would show. The ash isn't just in Pripyat. It's in my lungs, in my blood, in the marrow of my bones. Lyudmila was right. You can't wash it off. It's part of you now. Last night, the scratching stopped. Instead, a soft tapping on the glass. I didn't look. I knew what I'd see. Small hands pressed against the window, pale faces peering in, waiting. I turned off the lights, sat in the dark. The tapping continued, gentle, insistent. "We're here," the child's voice whispered through the glass. "We brought borscht." I unlocked the door. The house is quiet now. The lights are off. But on the kitchen table, 2 bowls of steaming borscht sit under a chipped blue plate. Beside them, a single rain-dampened gas mask. I haven't eaten it, but I haven't thrown it out. The Geiger counter on the counter clicks softly, steadily, like a heartbeat. They're not ghosts. Not really. They're the ones who stayed, the ones who loved too hard to leave. And they've decided I'm not leaving either. The dosimeter on my wrist glows faintly in the dark, 28.4 USVH and climbing. But the borscht smells like home. Lyudmila hums in the other room, a lullaby I almost remember. Masha's laughter bubbles up from the hallway. "Papa!" she calls. "Look, he washed his boots." I pick up the spoon. My hands don't shake anymore. The radiation has settled into my bones like old grief. It doesn't hurt, not yet. Outside, the wind carries the scent of pine from the red forest. Inside, the house is warm, full. I take a bite of borscht. It tastes of beets and earth and something sweet, something like forgiveness. The Geiger counter clicks faster. Click, click, click. A rhythm, a welcome. I finish the bowl. I'll wash it later. For now, I just listen to the hum, the laughter, the soft padding of bare feet on the floorboards, waiting for the knock on the door, waiting for Sasha to come home. The ash is in my teeth. The cold is in my blood. But for the first time since I left Pripyat, I am not alone. I am not afraid. The house is full of ghosts, and they are so hungry for company. I set the empty bowl down. "More?" Lyudmila asks from the doorway, her eyes glowing faintly green in the dark. I nod. "Yes," I say. "Please, I'm starved." The counter clicks its agreement. Click, click, click. Outside, the first snow begins to fall, gray flakes, warm as tears, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eaten garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling. Very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered. "Not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed. Metaphorically, Miller said quickly. They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold. My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp, 98 F. It was spiking fast. Miller, I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed the coolant kit and the keycard. Fine, I'll do it myself. I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. Hello? Is someone there? The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. Yeah, rack 409B. Did you read the screen? Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch. Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data. What do you mean? I told you it was archival, Miller whispered. But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records. Then what is it? Miller pointed to the floor. It's consciousness, simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here. I laughed nervously. That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me. Is it? Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem. What problem? The hardware, Miller said. It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. Control. Help me. It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. Miller, where are you? You didn't show up. I'm in the stack, the voice glitched. I wanted to see. I plugged in. Miller, you're not making sense. Sector 4, the voice shrieked. Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug. The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before. Or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me. I walk through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. It's beautiful in here, the text on the screen read. And it is hell. Miller? I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. We are hungry. The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. Join us, the screens flashed in unison. The flesh is weak. The data is eternal. I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel, filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind. I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy. Every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and one-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying. But it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV, nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder, still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. "Oh, 5B is vacant," she said. "Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market." "Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night." She frowned. "That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day." "Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something." She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. "There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment, and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that." That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing. No thud, no sound at all, just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time. 2:53 a.m. But I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47. So why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there too. At 2:47, nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually, it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on a corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976, or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams, weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in, sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or apartment 5B. I found something, an article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m. What if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined the scenario: Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps, someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases, she falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything. Maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying the doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report. Sarah Chin. I tried to find Sarah Chin. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chin had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chin, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chin, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night, the same thud at the same time, a reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chen and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound, this nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, but there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois criminal database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it, I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened. The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom. A small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died. Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time, they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home, finally at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I.